I'm right behind you. I've got your back. Let's get going then. Huh? Oh.
If you need potions, you should try Arcadia's cauldron.
Okay guys, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, actually untuk Jiko ni memang dia klasik number 10. Okay, Romario rating tinggi 106, phenomenal finishing, dan kita ada Danielson 103 lah kan. Okay, so kalau kita tengok untuk barisan sini, so maybe ramai yang nak target Zico hadir dengan klasik number 10. Okay, actually untuk Zico ni memang dia klasik number 10, so memang dia berlainan dengan whole player, tapi tak ada masalah pasal Zico ni mat. Dia klasik number 10 memang dia boleh finishing dan dia boleh passing ni macam actually dia sedap lah kan. Okay, so memang saya pun berpengalaman gunakan Zico dalam football ni. Okay, so kalau awak tengok sini, dia ada dengan Unwavering, okay, so Fantasista. So untuk skill kita review lepas ni. Okay, so untuk Zico satu, and then kita ada Romario lah. So kalau tengok Romario 169, yang ini yang menjadikan racun untuk kita semua. Pasal kita tahu Romario ni man, dia memang sedap finishing, kicking power, speed, cumanya orang macam tak berapa berkenan sebab dia force in the box. Tapi hadir untuk hari ni goal poacher. So memang saya rasa ramai yang akan draw untuk nak dapatkan Romario ni. Okay, yang free control, dia memang Danielson ni memang
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to... They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode. In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside! You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock.
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Receiving the scholarship from Newcastle University has unlocked the doors of studying abroad for me.
I can study over.
Sebenarnya orang main game kat konsol dengan PC makin decline tau sebenarnya. Kalau korang tengok statistik, cari. Okay, so saya tak ingat berapa numbers yang ni. So, inilah dia numbers kalau korang tengok. Memang declining nak dibandingkan dengan orang yang main game dekat mobile phone. Tak kisahlah main Mobile Legend ke, PUBG ke. Apa lagi game? Valorant dah masuk kan? Valorant, even Fortnite dah masuk smartphone kan? So, adakah kita akan ke arah semua benda ke arah handheld balik macam zaman kita main PSP tahun 2005 dulu kan? Saya nak kata plausible juga. Saya bagi perumpamaan mudah lah. Let's say lah ada 100 orang dan daripada 100 orang tu 10 orang itu je lah yang ada komputer ke ada konsol lah lebih kurang. Which is agak sikit lah. 1 kosong satu telur. Tapi yang 100 orang ni pula setiap seorang memang ada minimum satu smartphone lah. So basically 100 devices yang boleh bermain game secara like bosan lah buka boleh main game. Betul tak? So itu saja ratio yang mudah dan memang korang tengok statistik memang Mobile Legends ni semua memang cukup terkenal lah. Adalah disebabkan semua orang boleh dapat that accessibility lah. Kenapa saya kata kita kena patah balik kepada handheld devices ni seperti contoh Switch umpamanya kan, yang latest one Switch. Tapi zaman dulu kan, zaman nostalgia dulu PSP lah, PlayStation Portable tahun 2005 kan, dan tu masih lagi kekal konsol yang saya nak beli lah sampai sekarang. Cumanya it's not a PlayStation lah. Maksudnya kalau saya nak beli konsol macam tu, saya tak nak beli Switch, saya nak beli PS. Tapi PS belum ada lagi. Tapi dah dengar ura macam-macam lah. Bukan sekadar PS saja yang nak buat balik handheld, tapi Xbox pun dengar ura-ura pun dia orang nak buat handheld tu balik. Lepas tu bila saya tengok juga perkembangan PC handheld lah, macam Steam Deck ni semua, Aya Neo, Lenovo Legion Go S ni semua dah 2 device saya pernah review, Steam Deck dan juga ROG Ally X. Saya rasa memang saya puas hati. Dia punya servis tu makin mantap. Cumanya dekat sini ada problem sikit. Ada orang cakap, okay, kenapa geng-geng PS, geng-geng Xbox, kan dia orang dah ada game, dia orang ada developer yang hebat-hebat, kenapa dia orang tak jual je game dekat dalam smartphone sekarang? Dekat iPhone 16, dekat Samsung S25 Ultra. Tak perlulah smartphone bodoh-bodoh pun tak apa. Apa orang kata? Baik beli Poco, boleh main dekat Poco, jangan risau. Phone harga RM1,000 boleh layan, jangan risau. Sebab kita punya graphical power memang dah sangat-sangat bagus lah basically. Sebab untuk chip yang murah yang harga RM1,000 pun dah memadai lah untuk main. Tak adalah nak kata kata terlalu smooth kan. Okay lah, boleh lah. Problem number one adalah daripada segi I would say price lah basically. Okay, korang bayangkan dia orang ni dah biasa jual game dalam $70, tiba-tiba dia nak masuk dalam game smartphone. Game smartphone ni terlalu ramai sangat lambakan orang yang dah biasa dengan mindset game percuma. Tu ayat yang saya nak buat. Game percuma. So bila game percuma ni tak banyak sangat lah dia punya I would say creativity yang korang boleh buat. Balik-balik ML, balik-balik PUBG. Korang ada beli game ke? Saya nak tanya. Ni yang FIFA ni saya rasa yang beli game mesti FIFA, betul tak? Lain-lain ni boleh jadi korang keluarkan duit dalam ML, betul tak? Korang beli skin, korang beli apa, loot box ke apa, saya tak pasti. Tapi selebihnya tak ada. Sedangkan kalau tengok ada je developer daripada Resident Evil lah saja. Resident Evil 4 remake dah masuk dah dalam iOS. Tapi saya tak dengar pula sale dia melambung tinggi. Sampai ada lebih kurang. So dia macam like ada clash of pemain game ni, dia ada niche tau. Maksudnya contoh orang macam saya yang dah biasa main PC dengan konsol, tiba-tiba saya nak main Resident Evil 4 remake yang grafik dia cantik dekat dalam iPhone. Mesti downgrade tak? Mesti grafik dia entah apa-apa, mestilah barai, mestilah kecil, nak sangkut dekat TV pun agak susah apa semua kan. So saya suka game yang heavy, yang berat-berat, attention to detail. Tapi boleh jadi audience yang main dekat phone ni dia terlalu simple minded. Orang yang main Candy Crush umpamanya. Saya bukan nak kutuk you guys, bukan. Maksudnya korang memang minat main game yang macam tu je. Korang tak minat sangat story, korang just nak slash orang, slash ni apa semua, nak beli skin, nak tunjuk orang, berbanding dengan konsol tadi. So dia macam different database yang berbeza lah. Tapi satu lagi solution yang saya boleh bagi adalah korang boleh buat macam Switch. This is where Switch sangat cemerlang. Switch ni masuk phone ke? Tak masuk kan? Dia memang hang kena pergi kedai tu. Kedai apa, Gamer Nexus ke apa benda, datang beli, download game. Dia adalah the most rasa antara konsol yang paling laku dalam dunia setakat ni. Dan hardware dia dah lapuk dah dekat 10 tahun ke 8 tahun something. Dan orang masih lagi membeli. Dan saya dengar cerita daripada kawan saya, rupanya game dekat Switch mahal bang, rupanya sangat mahal tapi orang still beli. Tapi jangan beli pirate beli yang original. Support Mario kita, okay. This is where saya rasa yang paling valuable dan yang paling make sense juga untuk PS dan juga Xbox mesti buat handheld. Saya boleh bagi nasihat lah kepada Xbox kan, memandangkan Xbox Series X dah tak laku kan. Dan saya pun dah bincang pasal benda ni dekat dalam video sebelum ni lah kan. So why not 2026 tak perlu launch Xbox yang dekat TV tu, buat something new terus, buat handheld balik sebelum PS buat. Sebab saya risau bila PS buat, confirm lah orang tak nak beli Xbox. Kenapa orang nak beli Xbox? Betul tak? Mesti orang nak beli PS. Dalam tu boleh main Spider-Man 2, entah time tu dah ada Spider-Man 3. Saya rasa enjoy juga bila main dalam form factor yang sangat compact. Tapi saya nak game yang memang betul-betul serius, yang memang betul-betul depth dia tu memang sangat banyak lah. Ada storyline, ada banyak multiple ending. Kalau nak install game tu kena ada 150 gig tu. Ini tak main lah dekat phone baru PUBG baru 2 gig setengah. Tak main. Ni memang lah yang besar-besar, yang memang properly, so that bila dekat LRT tu tak adalah kita kosong sangat main Candy Crush lah. Otak kita berkembang dekat motor yang macam gini je lah kan. Yang ini berkembang daripada segi otak bila main dah sedar-sedar daripada KL tiba-tiba sampai Seremban dia punya ralit dia tu kan. Sebab saya rasa ini adalah konsep yang PS Vita dulu. Sekarang selepas PSP 2005 dia keluar pula PS Vita lebih kurang 2010. This is where Sony macam tergelincir sikit. Saya rasa kalau dia tak tergelincir time tu, saya rasa market handheld ni masih lagi orang get into it lah. Tapi saya memang rasa Nintendo umpamanya Switch tu yang baru nak keluar ni, saya rasa memang confirm laku keras. Walaupun dia tak ada inovasi sangat. Sebab saya rasa kata apa, duduk dekat MRT ataupun duduk dekat sofa kan, tak nak borak dengan member sebelah kan, main macam gini, saya rasa is the way forward lah. Sebab dia lebih senang nak main game berbanding dengan kau kena ada TV, kau kena ada controller, kau kena ada sofa yang best-best, kau kena ada mouse, keyboard. Tak payah ambil benda tu, main terus. Nak main kat kedai makan, nak main FIFA, duk cabut controller satu untuk hang, controller satu untuk aku. Tapi memang shock tu tengok ada stranger main dekat kedai mamak tu. Rasa macam nak main FIFA tu. Best tu. So saya rasa ini adalah satu konsep yang belum lagi kita kata apa fully utilize lah basically. Kalau kau tu je lah handheld. Kalau
Have you noticed the difference between the modern day player to what it was back then?
You can't compare eras. You can't compare generations. You can't compare that. We didn't have screens. We didn't have social media. We didn't have all of that. My coach was like, shut up and play. Like, I couldn't challenge my coach. It was like, you're late, you're not playing. Now someone's arrived late, you're like, okay, I can't crush his ego. He goes to everything. Like for example, at the youth level, they had a rule when I was Arsenal, I think it was under 16, they had a rule that everyone has to play 45 minutes. What about the guy that works hard, and how do you motivate the guy that doesn't if he knows he's gonna play 45? And I understand what they're trying to do. In our generation, even when we won, we had fights and everything. Even when we won. Now I see guys like, hey, he got upset because, yeah, he got upset because he wants to win.
Have you noticed the difference between
I decided to quit Intel. Then my peer managers asked me, oh, so which company are you going? I said, no, I'm not going anywhere.
Hey there, it's Josh. Welcome back to Let's Game It Out. We're playing Blockbuster Inc. today, where we get to make and manage our own movie studio. I believe we can even film some stuff ourselves. So what are we waiting for? New game! First things first, we need to name our studio. And you can just randomly have it make your own thing for you. But why do that when we can just come up with our own? Such as unwatchable garbage. Yeah! And we can choose what decade we want to start in, and we're gonna start as close to the modern era as we can. And down here we have some chosen starting genres and themes. I'm just gonna leave it on the defaults it gave me, which is the action and romance genres, and the themes are vampires in medieval times. Truly the most innovative. And here we are in our beautiful studio lot. Oh good, and our sign is here and everything. Soon everyone's gonna remember our movies. Or not, who cares? Anyway, whatever, it's time to build our studio. After all, these movies aren't gonna make themselves. And for that, we need to build some stuff. And thank goodness for this Sims-like familiar layout. Not even lying when I say this, I want something that's as easy as possible to understand. And we could go ahead and make these pre-made rooms, because we're gonna need all this stuff like a producer's office, and a writer's office, and then these two that are both grayed out, which are probably audio and art direction. But I guess the game is telling us we don't need those to have a successful movie. And honestly, it just keeps going. And again, we're not gonna use the pre-made ones, because in my opinion, they're just way too small. But instead of doing that, let's just make one giant room. Yep, just like that. And I wonder if inside this one room, we can just nest in another room. Yep, it looks like we can. And then in that room, we're gonna place another room, and another. Yep, looking good. And another really tiny room right there in the middle. Okay, our studio's off to a magnificent start. Basically, we're gonna make each one of these rooms something. Although first we're gonna have to put some doors on these. Although maybe not that one. It just doesn't have the pizzazz we're looking for. Ooh, how about something like this? More glass on your door means you should be careful of the paparazzi. I mean, being able to see through the door is better. Which means let's go ahead and do this one at the end, because look at this. All see-through all the time. That's definitely more of what we're looking for. Especially for what we're gonna make this outer ring of a room, which is to say we're gonna decorate it for the bathroom. So let's see, let's take our one little bathroom stall, put it as close to this door as we can. Yep, just like that. Everyone will get to view you coming out of that bathroom. Even the cars can get in on the action. And formatting that one thing when I mouse over that room, a little toilet pops up. Now it knows what it is, kinda. And if I move one level deeper, it goes away to show that this room is not yet assigned, and so on and so forth, which means I'm sure everything is working as intended. Anyway, back to the toilets. And honestly, let's try to make this bathroom setup as awkward as possible. Let's just use these stalls to make like a hallway. A hallway that's gonna help guide people to the next room. Yes, so far so good. Tons of toilets, really tight corridors. I'm sure there's people out there that hate this, but I bet there's also someone out there that loves this. I know I do. And there we go. Okay, I think we've done it. We've gone ahead and filled up this entire space with a maze of toilets. So you enter the building through here, follow this narrow pathway against the wall all the way to the adjacent wall, and then you just zigzag back and forth, and so on and so forth. Then it takes you all the way around to this spot right here, which is where we're placing the door. Oh, and right next to it, the only sink in the entire bathroom. And now that we've put down the most important room, let's start on the next thing, which I think is gonna have to be the canteen, which it looks like the two things we need in here is a kitchen and a kitchen table. So we'll go ahead and take our one kitchen and put it as close to the door as we can. And for our glorious seating, we're gonna put that right about here. There we go. We're only gonna put the one table down. Talk about an effective use of the space. Oh, and we're also gonna give this room some exciting wallpaper. Ah yes, like these candy canes. Finally, something we can all enjoy. All year round, whether we want to or not. Oh, and we can't forget about adding a nice clean floor tile. What a feast for the eyes. And moving on to the next room, which let's see, what do do we think? Producer office? Nah. Writer office? Not yet. Ah, yes, there we go. Maintenance. We want these workers to feel well taken care of, and that's why we're gonna give them extra decorations. Oh, what the hey, why not a whole bunch of couches? And lastly, we have to give them some lockers. Otherwise, the game isn't gonna know that this is a maintenance room. Okay, and moving on. This next room, as we get closer to the center, that's where we're gonna put our writers. Wow, look how needy they are. They need 4 different things. Why do you need a writing desk? I thought that's what Starbucks was for. Whatever, we'll just put it right there. And they're gonna need whiteboards, so we'll go ahead and put those on the opposite side. Hopefully that makes them less useful. And lastly, some cabinets. Here's your small one, and also your big one. Intentionally facing out this way, the opposite of where the writer's desk is, so that if this writer needs to access them, they have to walk all the way around. And finally, we come to the producer's room, where some of the game's visual stuff is still waiting for them, like an ion cannon trying to hit them from space. Let's go ahead and put them under the weird beam thing. There we go, perfect. You and your suitcase full of money will be very happy here. And then way in the back is where we're gonna put the rest of the stuff. Oh, and also nobody gets windows. You guys have to earn those with good movies. Oh, except the bathroom level. You guys get some windows. Because in the bathroom, it's always showtime. And now that our amazing studio is ready for prime time, we're gonna need to hire some people to run it. So let's get started. We've got stuff like actor, as well as director, as well as producer. Actually, you can just look at this list. That's all the things we have. And they all have like different talents and stuff. Like this sloth icon means that they're a slacker. Produces worst results at work. Well, that's the kind of go-getter attitude we're looking for. You're hired. Look at her. She already looks resentful to have a job. I mean, there's good traits too. Like someone could be laid back, which affects their happiness. But really what I'm looking for is only red. Like Raymond here, I think is going to be a great writer because he's a slow learner. And for Heath, this actor over here, you would think he'd be a great catch. You know, with the thing about being easily stressed and less happiness. But then I saw this big shiny gold icon. A-lister? And this person's a B-lister? Oh, see, here's what I'm looking for. A nobody. Looks like you're also hired. I'm sure you'll be an amazing producer. Oh, and if we don't like our options here, I believe we have to wait until the next refresh, which is going to happen in March 2010. And right now it's only January 2010. That's okay, we have another option. It's called the character creator. And oh my goodness, look at this. We can create any kind of character we want. We can dress them up in any era of outfit we want. We can go for that more modern look, or less modern, or just straight vintage. But thank goodness they have so many styles of glasses already. The only factor that matters, different sweet shades. And I appreciate that there's sliders that we can use to establish how old or young they are. And we can choose their profession, but also we get to decide their skills? Like, I mean, why wouldn't you take their charisma and move it all the way to the top, as well as their athleticism, and just make them the perfect specimen? And we could also make their fame super high to be a superstar, and choose nothing but positive traits. All that matters is they're perfect. For someone else, I mean. We won't be doing any of that. If we're gonna create our own actors, we're gonna give them as many disadvantages as possible. So this guy's gonna be a couch potato and have less athletic skill, and he's gonna have a lower chance to perform well on stunts, and he's unpopular, and he's a slow learner. Not to mention that athleticism is down in the tubes at an actual solid 0. And we'll be a little bit gracious. We'll take his charisma and make it a solid 2, just to mix it up a little. And of course, they're not gonna be 20. They're gonna be 60. There you are, my silver fox. And while we're at it, let's change that name. You're no longer whatever that said before. Now your name is first name ready, last name to suck. And they said the perfect actor doesn't exist. Look at that, looking great. Why would we go with boring old popular Heath at $14,000 when we can go with ready to suck, age 60, $997? That's over 14 times cheaper. What a savings. And while I was in the character creator, I might have made a couple more characters. After all, we have a lot of roles we need to fill. So I would like to introduce you to our new writer, actually illiterate, age 20, another bargain deal. Not to mention our newest director, forever singleton, age 20. In fact, you may notice something of a trend. If they're an actor, I've made them 60. Every single one of them. If they're any other position at all of them are 20 years old. So we can touch upon both corners of incompetence. And I see a bus is arriving. Oh good, and here comes everybody. Getting off the bus to come work. I'm not sure why the bus dropped you off at 1 in the morning, but who am I to judge, I guess. I'm kind of curious what happens now. At the moment, they appear to just be socializing and wandering around. Because I guess what else can you do at 2 in the morning? Okay, let's go ahead and speed up time and see if we can make this a little bit better. Oh good, it's starting to rain too. Nope, never mind. As quickly as it came, it's gone. The good news is someone's finally going to work. Or is off to take a crap. I guess we're gonna find out. Nope, never mind. False alarm. I did notice something suspect. I think the game has decided to hide some of my items. Like, I'm pretty sure that there used to be a toilet right here. See, there it is. I knew I wouldn't leave a gap like that. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure I put a kitchen right here. Yeah, like that one. literally that one. And if I try to come back here and place another kitchen, it says objects are intersecting. I assume because the ghost kitchen is actually still there. But if we take this and move it over to the side of it, well, that works just fine. Same deal with the toilets. I can no longer place one right here. That's fine. We'll just place a wall right there. You made me do this. Also, it looks like our people are having food needs, up to and including a bunch of people that were just using the bathroom, I guess. You know, the person to blame is this guy right here. He could do his part and actually do some cooking, or he could just wander around and socialize. I thought maybe I had some control over what they do, but when you click on him, it just brings up this menu, and then I see him doing nothing but wandering around and complaining some more. Come on, sir, it's up to you to... Or you could just fall over. Oh, and you're back up again. Maybe you should have been an actor. Well, I guess they're just gonna stand around in the nighttime and complain about needing to sleep and how hungry they are. And occasionally they all teleport into the stalls to take dumps simultaneously. Okay, so they've been milling around for a while, not doing anything to help themselves. We've got this maintenance worker that's perpetually stuck between these two toilet hallways. We've also got this other 20-year-old stuck at the end of the hall. You know what it is? They probably just need something to do. So let's get ready to make our next big project. And that's putting down a movie set. We're gonna go with the super basic default one for now. There we go. Ah, yes, perfect. Only the best weird, awkward medieval set for us, with the most amazing up-to-date equipment. And to go with that, it's time to enter product creation. Here's where we get to customize the kind of movie we're making. And yeah, you can randomize and get all kinds of things that sound like actual movie titles. But we'll come up with something more appropriate. But first, let's choose our product type. For now, it's just gonna be a movie, of which it's gonna be a low-budget one, because that's all we're trusted with for now. For genre, we're going with romance. And for theme, we're going with vampire. And I guess because we haven't researched it yet, we can only do G-rated movies. Ah yes, a low-budget vampire romance movie for all audiences, starring only geriatrics. That won't be awkward at all. And to go along with that G rating, we're gonna have no lore, no dialogue, no story, atmosphere, or conflict, or suspense, but all the gore in the world, and tons of hardcore intimacy. And now for the name of our movie. Violent geriatrics, hugging, and kissing. Oh, I can't fit any more letters. Well, just for consistency then, we better take off this G too. Yes, there we go. Violent geriatrics, hugging and kissing. Fun for all ages. And now on to scenes and sets. We get to choose a bunch of filming locations. Choose set. Our glorious default set. Followed by our next amazing set, the default set again. And then to round out this masterpiece, the default set. And just to spice it up, how many extra scenes can we add? Oh wow, we can add quite a few, can't we? Wait, is there actually a limit to how many scenes we can do in this? Oh, that sounds getting kind of crunchy. But let's not let that stop us. Oh, the game froze. Well, that'll teach me. Okay, wait, I think I found the problem. It turns out when you add too many scenes, the game wants to have a little more RAM. And by a little, I mean a lot. And by a lot, I mean nearly all of it. Game, I appreciate your efforts to try to get upwards of 55 gigs of RAM. But look, we don't have to do it this way. I'll just add less scenes. Let's just go with a mere 50 instead. Which, of course, now I have to go to each and every one of these and choose the right set. And done. Oh, and if we're gonna do that, we have to add some extra stunt scenes. I guess I didn't learn my lesson the first time, did I? And each one of them has a negative modifier, it looks like, because for one, we don't have a stunt person, and on top of that, our actors are basically incapable of everything. But hey, how can you go wrong with 30 stunts in one movie? All that for $50,000. And I was gonna move on to post-production, but I can't actually click on that yet. I guess we just release it immediately after filming. Works for me. Create product. And the movie process begins. As you can see, the screenplay is already underway. Ah, and our first roadblock. We need to have violent geriatrics hugging and kissing ready by the end of the week. There's no script to work with, a voice responded from the crowd. I can't do it, Actually says. And don't forget, this is the person we hired to do our writing. First name Actually, last name illiterate. And we have 3 choices. We can go with this nice approach. You need to take a break, it's alright. We'll get back to it tomorrow. Except we're not going to. Nor are we gonna do take your time and deliver a good result. We're gonna go with the high pressure answer. Everyone is waiting for you out there. Get a hold of yourself and give us a script that we can work with. I know you're only 20, and I don't care. See, there we go, that's all it took. She managed to get a script done, but at the cost of a lingering anxiety that will be hard to recover from. I'm sure she's fine. Also, how did you even get in here? And here we go, filming is about to begin. Just get in there and do your 50+ scenes of hugging and kissing. And no, I don't care if all of you are hungry and tired. So they've been standing here all day and all night doing no filming. What's the problem? Oh wait, there's like a thing up here. Waiting for crew. Oh, whoops, my fault. Well, our actors are here, as is the director. Well, where the heck is our crew guy? Oh, Oh, silly me, I forgot to hire one. No problem. I made this guy to be our crew person. Behold, accident prone. Ah, another midnight delivery, I see, where our guy gets dropped off on set in the cover of darkness. Finally, we can get this show on the road at 1 in the morning. I'm sure this feels optimal for everybody. And now for the riveting filming of everybody standing around, gesturing wildly with their arms, while the director sits and does nothing. This guy figures out how to use a camera for the first time. But whatever, this film is getting made at a breakneck pace. And you can tell this camera guy is fitting in because he just had his moment where he had the vapors. And apparently that's how movies are made. And done. Congratulations, actors. This calls for swimming in the floor. Oh my goodness, the film has come out, and we've achieved a beautiful 28 and so many memorable quotes. An insult to the film industry. A mockery of an attempt. It makes you wonder if they did it on purpose. Oh, reviewers, you can see right through me. And then if we look over here at ticket sales, we sold 3,828 tickets. Oh my god, we can actually watch the movie. Oh wow, look at that. It starts with the title screen and the credits and everything. Ah yes, look at this cinematic masterpiece. One camera angle played over and over again of three actors wildly gesticulating, of which one of them we can't even see their face, and then about halfway through something changes. Oh, I guess this must be all the stunts we did. I'm glad it's the same one stunt over and over and over again. Honestly, I can kind of understand how about 3,000 people would tolerate this. It has just the right amount of art factor. You may also notice that our expenses tally up to $67,800. We didn't lose all that money though. Due to our stellar ticket sales, we only lost $6,500. But I bet we can make up that difference after we head on over here to the research button and go all in on technology. We can go from our crappy 1900s camera all the way up to something a little more today. Oh geez, this thing takes 3,040,000 research points. But never fear, we appear to have 8,295,000 research points. How or why? Don't know, don't care. All I know is we're buying this camera. And to go along with this, we'll go with the nicest 2010 lighting. Yes, good, great. And I would go with this really expensive microphone, but we don't have enough RP for it. We're just not gonna have a microphone at all, because now I realize we could spend that money on something else, like fire effects. Yes, please. This is also the place we unlock a bunch of other things we probably care about, like being able to produce a TV show, not to mention being able to do bigger and bigger budgets. So we're just gonna unlock all of these. Ooh, and we can also unlock different ratings and genres. Well, just so we have them, we'll unlock all the ratings. You never really know when you're gonna be inspired to make an NC-17 movie. And we'll also unlock all the genres so we have plenty of choices moving forward. Oh, geriatric movie update. For whatever reason, I didn't realize we'd have a second month of sales. Now we've made money off this monstrosity. A whole $10,000. Well, now I'm curious how long this will go. If we just let the months pass by, which by the way, I don't know what this anything even means. Oh, it's scheduling. Is that why no one's eating? Like if I just select eat and tell them right now is the time to do that. Oh, there he goes. Expertly staring at the grill like it's his first time seeing it. Because let's be honest, it probably is. Uh-oh, actually illiterate is unable to reach a canteen table. Well, you're just gonna have to learn to share. We only have the one. What if I just tell you to work all 24 hours of the day? Well, it turns out switching everyone to do work only appears to be no different than leaving it on anything. I mean, that's fine. We'll just leave it on work all the time then. And month number 3, we made another 4.9 thousand for a total profit of 15. And month number 4 has shown even more profits. I'm not gonna say no to that extra cash. Oh no, what's this? Illegal poaching? Ready to Suck walks in with an envelope in hand. The logo of Artsy Pictures is visible in the upper left corner. They made me an offer after watching me in Violent Geriatrics hucking and kissing. I'm afraid I have to take their offer unless there's a way to match their salary. And sure, I could match their salary, but I don't think so. You can go if you want. No, I only wanted it as leverage. I'll stick around with my current salary. Yeah, that'll teach you. Never try that again. In fact, where are you? There you are. Merging with the director, I see. Well, hold still, I want to talk to you. Ready to suck? Get ready to be fired. And now that we've done that, let's go back over to hire employees, and let's hire him back. Well, look who's come crawling back. I hope we learned our lesson this time. Oh, and check this out. This year's Filmwood Awards ceremony is about to begin. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Any award could go to us. Except Best Director because we weren't nominated. Or Best Producer where we also weren't nominated. Or Best TV Actress where there was only one nomination at all. I'm so confused. Oh, finally we're nominated for something. Best Looking Studio. And we won! For well-maintained lots, tasteful decorations, and tidiness everywhere. Who wouldn't want to work here? And I must say I'm not surprised given how amazing our studio looks. Well, for our win, we apparently get 1,000 studio fans and +1 employee happiness. Wow, look at them now. Their happiness is off the charts. Well, now I feel extra motivated to begin our next big classic. Let's get started. And we're gonna play it kind of safe this time with another romance, except this one's gonna be an alien romance. Age focus, rated R. And let's see, this time let's go all lore, no dialogue, no story, no atmosphere, all conflict, no suspense, no gore, and no intimacy. I think we've created the most boring looking movie of all time. Alien geriatrics, crying over books. And this time we're gonna go with just the 3 scenes, which are still decorated for a vampire theme. And what the heck, let's add a stunt scene. Wait a minute, what does it mean to direct the scene? It's exactly what you think it would be. We get to direct this stunt. Okay, well let's see, instead of doing that jump, I think this alien love story calls for CPR. And we can't forget to add our practical effects. So let's see, what does fire do? Well, I don't really know what I was expecting. What about you guys? Can I, like, move you around? Oh, good, you really can. And you can rotate them into the fire. Now we're talking. And now if this wasn't good enough, now we can adjust the camera movement. So instead of a static, let's focus on our actors. Zoom in as far in as we can. Camera shake all the way to the most. And let's take that shake speed up as high as it'll let us go. Oh boy, we're all gonna be sick. Well, if we're gonna finesse that stunt scene, we might as well direct the other scenes too. So for scene number 1, we're just gonna have one actor who we're gonna take and have them face the camera. Yeah, just like that. And then instead of standing and talking, we're gonna have them act out getting stabbed. Yeah, you're doing great. You absolutely look like you're getting stabbed. And then for camera movement, we're gonna kind of aim it down like this. And we're gonna zoom all the way in. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That's the opening shot of our movie. Then moving on to scene number 2, which is gonna feature Late Life McCrisis and Madam Has-Been, where we're gonna have Madam Has-Been doing the animation of kissing slow. Now get ready for your big scene of making out with this wall back here. Yes, there we go. The scene is complete. And finally, we'll cap this off with scene 3. We're gonna select gangster shooting for all 3. So they're all irresponsibly firing guns on set, horrifically close to each other's faces. Okay, it's time to create that product. I don't know, say what you will, but I think this is gonna turn out to be a masterpiece. We can already see how this awkward scene is going. And the reviews are in. Aw, yeah. An even lower score than before. But don't listen to the reviews. We have to see this masterpiece for ourselves. All right, hit us with the good stuff. What do you mean they didn't like this? I mean, didn't you see the gun scene? And how could you not love this stunt? What a cinematic masterpiece. And unfortunately, our ticket sales weren't as good. So we lost some money and we gotta turn this around. But in order to ensure that, we're gonna go with the safe sequel. 2 geriatric, 2 kissin'. But this time we're gonna build a new set in the set designer. We're gonna go with this Western theme because it has a balcony. And look at all the props we can add. So because it totally makes sense, we'll put a bank vault right there. And maybe some of these fancy candelabras. And some nice rugs to tie it all together. Oh god, it's so big. I don't know if this is gonna fit on our lot. Well, thank goodness we can expand for cheap. Okay, perfect. There we go. And that's where we're gonna film all of our scenes. Which, by the way, my disappointment has no boundaries. What's the point of having this balcony if I can't use it? Well, whatever then. Front and center you go. I'm pretty sure none of this matters anyway. And now it's time to create that. Uh-oh. Not enough money. Oh, I don't even have 50 grand, huh? Oh, wow. That set was expensive. Now we only have $229. That's okay, that's what the bank is for. Specifically for giving us a loan. Oh boy, and me with a credit limit of $1 million. Don't mind if I do. And now we're flush with cash. And now let's create it. Oh boy, how I can't wait for this cinematic masterpiece. Oh, and something else I noticed. I figured out where you can reshoot the scenes. So if I'm not happy with that 20% rating, I can just tell it to reshoot. Yeah, get up there, I expect you to do better this time.
Stream laju dok sangkut dengan penstreaman 5G tanpa had dan 5 kali hotspot. Hidupkan semangat Ramadanmu dengan kurma dan ros Bandung Ramadan ini.
Okay, so I reshot them over and over and over again, and I'm pretty sure this is the best it's gonna get. It's now April 2013, and we've burned through almost all of our money. But I'm proud to say that 2G2K is finally releasing. Now all that's left for us to do is wait for the reviews to fly in. Oh boy, fingers crossed. 0? Really? What were all the reshoots for then? I did get 100% in scene retakes. That's gotta count for something. But it did have decent ticket sales, I guess, at 85,000, although we're still in the hole 101,000. Okay, new strategy. Clearly reshoots are for suckers. So instead we're gonna do one last ditch effort. I'm gonna hit random a bunch of times. There, that's the movie we're going with. Slider is completely arbitrary. Only one actor to save money. Old harder. And now the absolute moment that this is done filming whatever the hell this is, the moment that progress bar hits 100, that film is finished and sent out to release. And with only $5 left in our bank account, this is our absolutely last chance to succeed. So let's hope we do okay. Yep, 26, tasteless and simply wrong. That's not the part I care about though. The part I care about is those day one sales. And wouldn't you know, 14,970 tickets sold. Our film is immediately profitable by $177,000. Oh good, look at that, we're cash positive again. Wait, so can I just do this every time? Like if I just randomly assign everything, wrinkles to die for. Will this speed build work every time? And done, and release, and crappy reviews, and ticket sales are enough where we still manage to turn a profit. Okay, I think I now understand how this game works. So here's what we're gonna do next. First, let's go ahead and expand our studio space. So pretty much as far as the game is gonna allow. Okay, great, now we have a lot more space to work with. Now we're gonna take this crappy thing, move it out of the way, and now let's head over to this back corner right here, head on over to sets, grab the default one, and now it's time to build, and so on and so forth. Okay, now we've got 27 additional sets to work with. Who cares that they're literally all identical? You can see where this is going, right? Well, momentarily anyway. We still don't have very much money, so let's make another crappy cash grab real fast. Oh, who am I kidding? They're all crappy cash grabs. And paid. Okay, now we have $110,000, which means now we have enough money to do 2 low-budget films. Although one problem we're gonna have is we only have one director, and that director's gonna need a camera guy too. No problem, it's hiring time. And I don't want to pay high prices for all these overachievers still. That's okay, import character to the rescue. We can just add a clone of our director. See, there he is. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them, and we're gonna do something kind of interesting here. We have Geriatric 6, and now for our next movie, we're just gonna do Geriatric 6 again, although everything else will be totally random. This won't be confusing at all for audiences, right? 2 movies with the same name coming out of the same studio, all of it by the same writer, but with completely different premises, shot simultaneously, both of which are released on the same night. Ah, and here come the first reviews. Oh, I like this review. It's like they were so flabbergasted they didn't even leave a quote. And listen, if you didn't like this Geriatric 6, well then why not try this other Geriatric 6? What a score! Speaking of scores, I'm not gonna say no to these ticket sales. All I can tell you is we went from basically no money to 180,000, which means we can hire more cheap clones. Now we can make 3 variations of the same movie back to back. So far, every time we release an onslaught of these failures, we basically double our money. And we also had to go and clone some of our actors, because now we have 6 of the same title in production. At this point, I'm not even looking at the scores. I'm just closing these as fast as I can. I don't care when I made $500,000 all at once. Well, if 6 at once is good, then how about... Okay, here we are, still making movies. It's now February 2033, 18 years later, and we went from $500,000 to $2.1 billion. You might notice on the side here that we're up to Geriatric 24, where our movies now make like 10 million each on their first day, and we hired a whole bunch of additional clones, giving us a total of 80 employees, which, by the way, is the limit to how many employees we can have. I have to admit, though, the entire process is kind of a pain. We gotta set all this stuff, and then we have to choose one of our director clones, and then the writer, then we have to select one of our many Mrs. Failures, and it's not a lot of work to do once, but to do it over and over again, it's kinda labor intensive, and our first day ticket sales tend to be always around 10 million, and that's too predictable for me. Then I realized there's something over in research that might help us out, and that's the marketing office. Unlock the marketing menu where you can launch marketing campaigns to boost your products and stars. Sounds like it's worth a shot to me, and I created and hired a character named Crying Inside. That's how you know he works in marketing. So now I believe the next step is we need to get a movie in production. And then we head on over to this marketing button, and looking at the different campaigns we can do, we're gonna do billboard advertising because it has the widest range of plus 25 to 50%, and create campaign. And now while this movie is off being filmed, Crying Inside is off. Actually, he's just wandering around like everybody else. But it says he's doing stuff, so I guess there you go. Okay, here we go. The billboard advertising campaign concluded and added plus 100 hype. Well, I don't really know what that means, but I guess we'll see if that mattered when it releases, which is if we made more than 10 million in the first day. Oh wow, that really made a difference. Okay, wait, can we have more than one marketing guy? Yes, actually it turns out you can hire as many people as there are desks. So now there's 12 desks in here, which means now we have 12 marketing guys. And get another movie in production. It's time for all 12 marketers to do their thing. I guess they do hang out in the office sometimes. Okay, and the campaign is complete, and now it's added 300 hype. No, wait, 525 hype. No, wait, 1,102 hype. 3,352? I guess I'll just wait till the rest pour in and we'll see where it lands. Okay, it looks like the final number is 196,672. I wasn't really paying attention, but it just clicked in my brain that the hype gain is a percentage, which I guess means it builds on itself, or so we'll see. Oh! Oh, wow, that's a lot of ticket sales. 1,955,776,647 tickets sold. For how much in first day sales? Oh, a mere $43 billion. Well, think we found our strategy moving forward, and that's how we made over $100 billion. And lastly, let's head back to the bank. This time it's for studio shares. Here's our cash on hand versus everybody else. Our 115 billion against everybody else's sad amounts. So I have an idea. Let's just buy out everybody. Owning shares of another studio lets you receive part of its monthly profit, proportional to the amount of your shares. Oh, so you mean all of it across the board? Well, I guess we are the filmmaking business now, owning every single studio that exists. So I hope you had fun. I know I did. And I'm sure Mrs. Failure, now age 92, also did. And I'll see you next time.
Dashing! Kini rakan rasmi Tottenham Hotspur. Cubalah sekarang.
Have waited enough for the original God of War to get a remake, but all we get is just a remaster. It seems like Sony doesn't even care. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it myself. Or at least I'm gonna try. I started with a base mesh. I sculpted his head to look more like Kratos, and here we have Kratos, who's on drugs. I sculpted his body, gave him some muscle, drew some veins and details here and there. After adding all the body details, now it was time for some texture. I added a wet painting for his skin, and of course we can't forget about the detail. Then I drew the iconic red tattoo on his body. In the original God of War, Kratos had this extra tattoo on his left arm, which is removed later on in the sequel game. But I wanted to be faithful to the original design as much as possible, so I painted that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Kratos! Oh, but he's still naked. So let's make him some clothes. For the clothes and accessories, I have used a bunch of different techniques. I used the cloth simulation to make the skirt, selected some faces, extruded them outward, wrapped some bandages and chains around his forearm. I modeled some sandals. Alright, I'm not gonna pretend that I know everything. To me, modeling is just about pushing and pulling vertices until it looks good enough. So yeah. After I finished modeling the accessories, I've brought them into Substance Painter and textured them as well. I even tried to paint the smaller details like the blood stains, the dirt, the stitches and stuff to make it more believable. Our model is now pretty much done. But it doesn't move. You know, in order to make a character move in 3D, we have to utilize something called rigging. And I'm pretty sure you do not know what rigging is. You do? Alright, I'm gonna explain it anyway. Rigging is basically the part where you put some bones inside of your mesh so then you'd be able to move it. You can also customize the shapes of the bones to your liking so it's more manageable and less like your worst nightmare. For that purpose, I'm gonna use the Blender Rigify add-on to make it easier. I also made the sandals wrinkle when bent. It's a small detail, but that would be cool since we'll have close-ups later on. Now Kratos is able to move! Let's go! For the skirt, I added a cloth simulation to make it move realistically, but I failed again, and again, and again, and again! I found this tutorial from Edin Spiegel, and it worked. But when Kratos turns around, it messes up again! Leave it alone, it's not gonna move a lot anyway. I was aiming for recreating the intro of God of War 1 when Kratos jumps down from the mountain, and that's about 10 shots. I'll start with the menu, where Kratos is standing in the middle of fire. I just add Kratos to the scene, download some fire footage from Artlist, remove the watermark. Well, this is my first video. Yeah, I mean, of course I'm broke like basically everyone when starting YouTube. I then dropped the fire footage behind Kratos, added some lights, and gave them a subtle animation to simulate a flickering fire effect. If you look at the original game, Kratos is just standing with his eyes closed doing nothing, but I wanted to add more drama to it, so I animated Kratos as if he's remembering his past memories and feeling regret. Like, when we think about our ex, I remember how stupid we were. This is already looking so sick. I also thought it would be cool for his memories to show in the background, so I decided to use some of the original cutscenes from the game and blend them with the flames in After Effects. After adding the God of War title, the text, and the buttons, our first shot is pretty much done. Now it's time for the most difficult shot. The cliff shot. Yeah, I grew a beard. It was a very long project. I started with gathering some rock scans from Sketchfab, but I couldn't find anything close to the Greek structure behind Kratos, so I've got an idea. I opened the game on my PC, played a little bit, and then went to the stage where you can see the statues. I extracted the 3D models and imported them into Blender. I added more resolution, sculpted some details, and modeled the new shield, because the first one sucked. I have watched the original models closely and tried to replicate the details as close as possible to the original models of the game. I then dropped them into Substance Painter for some texturing. I started with painting the smaller details on the models, because it's much faster and easier than sculpting them in 3D. After I finished detailing the statue, I gave it a rocky material with some dirt, and then painted some golden parts here and there. I then did the same thing with the gate and the structure, just painting some bump details, adding some patterns, cracks, dirts, imperfections, painting some gold, changed some colors to add more variation, and we're done! I know! Genius, right? I deserve an Oscar for this. Now it's time to make the scene. I dropped a sky image for the background, then I placed the rock scans and the models I created into the scene. This part was really a big deal for me, since I never made an exterior environment before, so everything from the mountains to the 3D assembling was a learning curve. I watched countless tutorials, including Martin Kluckner's environment course, and I searched through tons of reference images to capture the right mood. Since I was working on a budget, I had to rely on free resources for skies. I even used AI to generate references. It was a lot of experimenting and trial and error, but seeing it all come together made it worth it. Wait, it looks like shit! I mean, everything is flat and boring. Oh, I know how to fix it. With lighting. I masked some clouds, added them into the scene, added some gradients between the mountains to fade depth, placed some volumetric clouds in the foreground, and here comes the magic of lighting. I start with adding an HDRI image, and wow, it already looks amazing! To make it more interesting, I'm gonna adjust the effects of the clouds further. I added more lights to the scene to make the details pop even more. I even added some fog with a subtle animation to make it move slightly. Now it looks less like shit, which is good enough. By the way, this massive environment is just some rocks and planes floating around outside the camera view. And that is the first rule of VFX. As long as no one notices, you never fail. To me, Kratos' eyes were too lifeless, so I added two small point lights in front of his eyes to make him look more tearful, and it looks amazing, if you ask me. We certainly don't want Kratos to stand like Kate Winslet in the movie Titanic, so let's give him some movements. I have spent about 6 hours animating these few seconds. I really hate keyframe animating. I also added some wind to make the skirts move. So cool. If you pay attention, you can see there are two crows flying around in the scene in the original game. For that, I found this model in Sketchfab, which was free by the way. I imported it into Blender and it looks like a bird who's trying to bully you for some reason.
Subscribe!
I duplicated the model, offset the animation, and then made them follow a path. For my shot, I wanted the birds to fly straight from where the camera is and cause the camera to wiggle a little because I think it will make it much cooler that way. And with that, the second shot is finished! In the original, the transition from the menu to the game is quite simple. The fire just fades out. But for my remake, I wanted to add more depth to the moment, so instead of fire just disappearing, I created this mask to make it slowly extinguish, as if the flames being snipped out, leaving only embers raising to the sky. The rest of the shots were much easier. For this shot where Kratos is looking down the abyss, I just changed the camera position. The rock under his feet didn't have much detail, so I scattered a bunch of smaller rocks on the surface to make it more interesting. And with that, our third shot is finished. For this shot where Kratos raises his foot, I changed the camera position again, and animated his legs using keyframes. Please help. In the original scene, you can see those pebbles fall after Kratos lifts his heel. So I added some small rocks and pushed them forward using an invisible box, and with that, our fourth shot is done. For the shots where Kratos is falling, I had very cool ideas. By using AI! Well, not exactly, it's not AI, those are called modifiers. You pose your character into the desired position, select the body parts that you want them to move, and then add a noise modifier, and it's done. Oh my god, just imagine Kratos jumping from the cliff like this. This is too strong, I have to lower the intensity. And there you go! For the rocks behind him, I didn't want to model a whole mountain and make Kratos fall from it. It'll take too much time and processing power. But I had some tricks under my sleeve. Instead, I added a cylinder, scaled it, used a displacement modifier on it, applied the rocky texture on it, and then made it rotate along the x-axis. I animated the fog to move upwards and gave the camera a shaking animation. And that's enough to sell the illusion of Kratos falling. Remember, as long as no one fails, it'll never notices. Wait, for the rest of the shots it was basically the same scene, I just changed the camera position, but for the close-up shots I made some subtle facial animations, as if Kratos closes his eyes and accepts his fate. I mean, it's barely noticeable, but I thought it would be a cool detail to have. And finally, the ocean. I dropped a plane, added the ocean modifier, made some water material, and then used the same rocks I used in this scene and scattered them all over the surface. And finally, added 3 levels of clouds, each of which is weaker than the previous one, so the fog gradually disappears. And with that, the final shot is done. To enhance the quality even further, I dropped them into DaVinci Resolve for some color grading. For the mood of the game, I was actually looking for something dark and sad. I used this image as my reference. You know, color grading isn't just about making something look cool, it's about feeling. I wasn't just pushing sliders, I was trying to capture a mood. Kratos was depressed and disappointed, and I wanted the colors to reflect that. And after over 3 months of modeling, texturing, rigging, animating, rendering, post-processing, I'm sure you want to subscribe. Please? But first, enjoy the first look of the God of War remake.
The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. Now there is no hope.
And Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all of Greece. After 10 years of suffering, 10 years of endless nightmares, it would finally come to an end. Death would be his escape from madness.
Hello. Welcome to VPS Malaysia official.
In the day, hand-lock vibes, even though it plays in a very different way. But let's have a look at the deck that brought me. Shaman, which will then... I think I would like to keep table flip, actually. Do I want to? Yeah, there's a good break. Let's see what we got. The legendary one. No. Okay, that one. Okay. Next turn. Could also just drop that one. And then that one goes to 4 next turn. Oh, let's do this. See if I get a spawning pool. I don't. But 4 damage is probably negligible. It's probably easy enough to manage. Oh, yeah, I don't like that one. Okay. I could. Let's do this. And just start setting up for the big minions. As long as they're 8/8s, whatever Grunter or Zergs should be okay. Okay. Could actually get it out now. Let's just get rolling. I don't get that much healing, but I guess if it is a Grunter, which is big enough for me to get slashed with, 30 life is not gonna matter. It was so quick, that's probably gonna be freezing. let's see. It's probably just going to be Spine, Horizon's Edge. And then play around if it is Howling Hound. I guess if it is freezing, bumping that one in is actually also playing around freezing. Oh, that's fine. Oh, let's see. Might be big enough now. It's discounted by 3, right? 2. That is the lowest.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
Okay. This is gonna be a lot of damage, right? Let's get rid of this one. Face a little bit. Next turn is lethal, unless he has something. He's used up. He might have a barrel of monkeys. But I can still manage at least 2 monkeys out of this one. That is fine. Still lethal for now. Seems like he is a little bit down on options. I like it. Okay. Still lethal with Popgar. We got there, boys. Nice. Let's just show Popgar. Come on. There we go. Throw stuff in. And we are legend.
Let's get Dream card review. And we have like 11 neutral cards to go over. Are any playable? Yeah, I think there are. And there is one. We have a card from the video, link down description below. The one with that thumbnail. Nasher. It is a 5 mana, 1/5 poisonous minion. So it'll kill anything it damages. Death Rattle, deal 1 damage to a random enemy minion. So this could theoretically kill a couple of minions, right? It kills one thing, Death Rattle goes off, it kills another thing. But in like today's Hearthstone, is that ever good enough? No. In Arena, really good, annoying card. I will give it that. Very reminiscent. There was like a 5 mana 1/5 Poisonous Taunt way back in the day. I think it was like you would play with Master O card. I don't know. It did see a little bit of play in Standard, believe it or not. This doesn't have Taunt. It's got a bit of an annoying Death Rattle, but again, can you see yourself playing this in a constructed deck? No, but it'll be like an evolve thing. It'll come from cheese, and it'll be really annoying when that happens. But overall, yeah, it's going to get a 1 out of 5 in Standard Wild for me. Okay Arena pick, but I cannot believe you'll ever put this in your constructed deck. Next, we have a card with amazing artwork, the Scavenging Fly Trap. It is a 7 mana, 2/7. So that's pretty bad. After a minion dies, gain its attack. It's like Glug, kind of, right? Doesn't gain its health, but it gains its attack, which is pretty nice. And that's any minion, friendly, enemy. So you could play this, trade in a bunch of stuff, get a ton of attack on a pretty high health minion. This will be more of like something maybe you discover as a dark gift and give it charge, and then set up a crazy lethal, maybe. But again, a card, again, one of or you played Kill Jaded and you get this after a couple of buffs. It's actually pretty nuts. This is so good in Arena because like Lifesteal is pretty good there. Rush is amazing. This could just swing the game in terms of total healing. If there's a way to get this out for kind of cheap, it's actually not that bad. Maybe Warlock with like the latest set, they had all those like demon cheating cards, bringing demons back. This is something you could generate and then like have come back would be really nice. Like it's not that bad. Again with another Into the Emerald Dream card review, and we have like a card that I'm playing in my deck. Whatever that, I don't know if you want to take this on ladder. The back, this evil. Like I get they're cute. I get it's adorable. I love that aspect, but the aspect of these cards are going to die a horrible, horrible death does not sit right with me. I think it's pure evil, but it's such a good pick in Arena. I don't know if you want to take this on ladder, but you get a bunch of bodies, you get corpses in death fight, there's evolve possibilities. Like, it's not the worst card in the world. It might see people as tweeting in. At the end of your turn, get a random nature spell. So, in touch with the druids, right? The nature spell stuff. And unless you have a deck that really wants to get nature spells, it's going to be pretty unplayable. So, we'll have to look out for maybe druid stuff. I mean, back in the old days, you had, what, the Trogzor? Not Trogs. Whatever that dragon was that would summon basically a whelp every time you cast a nature spell. Maybe like a deck like that. But overall, yeah, I don't see this seeing competitive play. I'll give it a 1 out of 5 in Standard. In a Wild where the pool is like humongous and you do have that dragon out there, still don't see it happening. So we'll give it a 1 in Wild. And yes, we do have a new Ranger. Ranger alert. We have the Dream Ranger, a 3 mana 5/1. But it's really good this time, guys. I swear this will be competitive because it has elusive. You can't ping this. You can't just ping the Ranger. You gotta like hit it with a minion or a dagger or a weapon. That's baroque. We get effects, which can be a bit of a snowball thing. It's cheap. It's a beast. There's synergies there. Could see playing like token style decks. It's like Divine Shield. What's this have to do with Druid? How is this Druidy for a Druid expansion to give your hero Divine Shield? What? Where is this coming from? Someone explain the lore for me in the comments down below. But as we saw with Kill, at the end of your turn, restore 3 health to both heroes. So you get a bit of a stat upgrade, I guess, and you get some healing. But honestly, it's like just decent neutral healing. You're playing a defensive deck and you don't care about healing your opponent. That can be quite nice. And that's about it, right? Like it's a card you can play. Yeah, wow. Meadow Strider, so this card on the bottom of your deck, it costs 1. So it's like infinite value. Every time this dies, it'll go back into your deck at the bottom of it, of course, and you get it for dirt cheap. So kind of going with the old like Malorn kind of idea, the one before they reworked Malorn, where Malorn would like shuffle into your deck. And yeah, it speaks to that Druid style. We've seen this type of card before. Typically doesn't see a ton of play. And there's not really that great of dredge effects right now, right? That was like, what, Voyage of the Sunken City, we had dredge. Don't really have that in Hearthstone right now in Standard, but I mean, it's an 8 mana 6/11. It's not great. Yeah, you get a 1 mana 6/11 later, But again, is Ancient of Yore, a 5-mana 5/5 epic card which goes dormant for 2 turns. While dormant, you gain 5 armor and draw a card at the end of your turn. So you get like a shield block, 2 of them for 5 mana on a 5/5, and that can be run in any class. So helps you stay alive. With the armor gain, you're drawing through your deck a little bit. If you're playing Demon Hunter, I can red card it and get some more card draw or whatever, right? So there is some stuff there. I think you can also, can you dormant your own thing with that Druid spell? I can't remember. I think there's go back to like Ain't Cool. I think 3.
Semuanya untuk pencapaian, semuanya untuk kelainan, semuanya untuk...
August 3rd, 2021 might have been the worst day for Hearthstone. But why? See, every couple of months, Hearthstone releases a brand new expansion, which is basically a collection of new cards to make the game feel fun and fresh. And most of the time, an expansion does exactly that. It introduces a brand new mechanic or a brand new aesthetic into the world of Hearthstone that is really enjoyable to play with. But just like every other card game, Hearthstone eventually released an expansion that, well, almost killed the game. And I know what you're thinking, how could you kill something that's already dead? Very original. Now, since Hearthstone has now been out for almost 10 years, you would think that the designers of this game would have ample time to reflect on old expansions, figure out what worked and what didn't work, and only build upon that. Well, it's safe to say that they didn't learn a single thing. The expansion that I am referring to that almost killed Hearthstone is known as United Enstrawman. In my opinion, the best thing about Hearthstone is board tension. Because of how you interact with your opponent in Hearthstone, you can't really do anything on your opponent's turn. So having a board means that my decisions will impact the game and my opponent has to respond to that. And I've always felt like when Hearthstone's at its best is because the board tension matters so much and it often can decide the outcome of a game. And I think overall, in classic Hearthstone, the board mattered an absolute ton. Of course, there was a couple of things that, didn't feel great. If you played with Force of Nature Savagery, you probably understand what I'm talking about. Now, Hearthstone, unfortunately, just like every other card game, eventually falls victim to power creep. Power creep is obviously the idea that cards get stronger as new expansion comes out because they have to sell new and exciting cards. But honestly, Hearthstone did a pretty good job with a lot of their expansions. There's a couple of outliers like Undertaker and Curse of Naxxramas or Dr. Boom and GVG. We also got a 4-mana 7/7 in Old Gods. That was absolutely crazy. Even though the power level was going up, I felt like Hearthstone continued to do a great job of making sure the board mattered. But other than power creep, the other really important thing about Hearthstone is the design of cards. Like I mentioned, because I can't interact on my opponent's turn, card design is very important in a game like this. And often, even though a card isn't necessarily the most powerful thing in the world, the worst thing about it can be how it plays in Hearthstone. Which brings me to Un'Goro. Un'Goro introduced one of the coolest mechanics ever added to Hearthstone, which is the quests. These were legendary spells that started in your hand that would allow you to play for a very powerful effect as the game went on. The trade-off of this was that you lost one card in your mulligan and you had to play the quest basically on turn 1. Otherwise, what are you running this quest for? The thing is, not all of these quests were equal. See, I think Blizzard absolutely tried their best to make sure that the quests all felt unique and fun for their individual classes, but unfortunately, one of these classes got a quest that was extremely unfun to play against, and that one is obviously the Caverns Below. See, this is the only quest out of all of the Un'Goro ones that drastically changed the game the second the quest was finished. It had an ongoing effect that made all of your minions 5/5s for the rest of the game. And this enabled polarization that we have never really seen before in Hearthstone. See, the issue was if you were playing like any slower deck, you already lost the game before the mulligan was even finished. You had no pressure to stop the rogue from completing their quests, so unless the rogue just had the worst draw of all time, you were dead. It was not great. So the meta had to respond to the rogue quest by playing more aggressive, which meant that the game was faster paced, and a lot of these really cool mechanics that they introduced didn't really get their time to shine because the rogue quest was just there waiting to strike. So in other words, if you couldn't kill your rogue opponent by turn 5, the game was already over, which, you know, saying that sentence out loud is hilarious to me because in modern Hearthstone, you're probably dying on turn 5 anyways. Arguably the most important factor with the rogue quest was that it was a guaranteed win condition that started in your hand. One of the best parts about Hearthstone and card games in general is the variance of your deck. Sure, you can make it as consistent as you want to, but often your draws will make a difference in how the game plays out, and that's what makes card games interesting every single time you play a match. With the rogue quest, you get your win condition, and then all of a sudden, every single one of your minions are just really good. The variance isn't there nearly as often, which means you're basically dying the same way every single time. It is important to note that Warlock also had an ongoing quest, just like Rogue, but the Warlock quest was infinitely worse. And I think that had to do with completing the quest. Discarding your cards meant that you didn't have resources to discard more cards, and by the time you finally got your portal finished, you're summoning 3/2s every single turn. If the game went on for an eternity, 3/2s every single turn could be the difference of you winning or losing the game. But unfortunately, games don't go on for eternity. At some point, someone will lose. And those 3/2s never really got the chance to shine. I know there's going to be some person who are going to be like, actually, in my Bronze 3 game, this quest was absolutely phenomenal. Eventually, they ended up nerfing the quest, which was very important to the metagame of Journey to Ungoro, and it made it one of my favorite expansions of all time. They decided to make it so that you have to play a minion with the same name 5 times, which actually drastically slowed the quest down, but overall was still playable in the metagame, and every single time you went against it, it just wasn't a super fun time. So what can we learn from all of this? One, having a very strong win condition that starts in your hand every single game is probably not great if that win condition can be completed very consistently and is very powerful. Also, cards that cause insane polarization that stop strategies from existing is probably not something you want in a card game where you can't interact with your opponent. And number 3, quests honestly were a really great mechanic. Don't let the rogue quest fool you in thinking that this mechanic sucked, because there are countless other examples that made the game extremely fun. Which brings me to Savers of Uldum. Full transparency, this is one of my favorite expansions of all time. And you probably guessed it, they brought back quests again, but this time with a very interesting twist. See, with Uldum, when your quest was completed, it replaced your hero power. Now, they did do that in Journey to Ungoro with the warrior one, but just let Savers of Uldum have this. The reason why I think quests were so successful in Savers of Uldum is even though they all had ongoing effects, you still have to spend 2 mana every single time to get that effect. This was a great balancing act with the warrior one in Ungoro. Having a Ragnaros hero power is extremely good, but it is completely balanced by the fact that A, it takes a long time to get to, but mainly you can only do it once per turn, and you have to spend an additional 2 mana, which made almost every single quest in Ungoro feel very healthy for the game and very fun to play with and against. Almost every single one. See, the problem is Druid still exists. That's the end of that sentence. The Druid quest had a passive hero power, which meant you're not spending 2 mana every single time, and that effect was extremely powerful. It turns out getting both choose one options from every single card onwards from the quest is an insane amount of tempo, but also an insane amount of value. And even though the polarization wasn't as egregious as it was with the Rogue quest, you did still feel like you were completely locked out of the game with some matchups. I will say, and this is just my opinion, that completing the Druid quest was a lot more interesting than completing the Rogue one, because at least there was like a decision of, do I spend all my mana to keep up with tempo, or do I fall a little bit behind so I can have a huge power spike later? And even though the Druid quest wasn't nearly as egregious as the Rogue one, it was another example of the same play patterns that we saw with Ungoro. But it did feel like the design team at Hearthstone did learn from what made Caverns Below so unfun to play against, and the Druid one, even though it wasn't the greatest thing to be playing against at the time, didn't ruin the metagame whatsoever. As you could probably guess with the theme of this video, that wasn't the last time that we saw quests. And in fact, in United and Stormwind, we didn't just get quests, we got something way worse. Quest lines. Now, I know you're really excited to get to United and Stormwind. Believe me, I am so excited to talk about that expansion, but we have to go through one more thing before we get there, and that is the release of Demon Hunter. Now, for those of you who were not playing when Demon Hunter was released, The power level went from about here to about here. Unlike any other expansion that we have seen thus far, Demon Hunter's release expedited the power creep of this game to levels that we have not really seen before. Demon Hunter's core identity is mana cheating, draw, and damage, which is why the game probably got so much more powerful. Every other class kind of had to boost up their strength to match Demon Hunter. Because Demon Hunter was so strong, they had to nerf like 5 cards in 24 hours, which Hearthstone has never gotten close to ever before. United and Stormwind decided to bring quests back for the 3rd time. This was under the new idea of quest lines, and unlike older quests, had multiple steps in order for you to get your final reward. So imagine an expansion where almost every class got its own version of the Caverns Below, had a very consistent way of completing it, but most importantly took away what I believe most people find the most fun in Hearthstone, board tension. See, the one thing about the Caverns Below was once the quest was completed, the board still kind of mattered. Yeah, you're probably gonna lose because you're just gonna get outvalued and out-tempoed, but at least the 5/5s on board were relevant. And in the odd time, you would die to a charge minion because, you know, Stone Tusk Boar existed at that time. But the weird thing about United and Stormwind's quest lines is you didn't even need the board. You just needed to be able to play the minion that you got at the end of it, and the rest of the game was just from your hand. So taking away the board from Hearthstone is definitely a choice that was made, and that was the biggest consequence of the quest lines introduced, and definitely the reason why most people hated United in Stormwind. Without a board in Hearthstone, both players are just playing a single player game. There's actually no reason for you to even think you're playing a multiplayer game, because if I'm just racing towards my quest line being completed before my opponent, there doesn't really feel like a sense of back and forth. It's just, I'm gonna beat you, haha, you're an idiot. Not every quest line did this. There are a couple of honest ones that they did release, but the wide majority of them were just playing a single player game that made Hearthstone the least fun that at least I have ever played it. And I believe the best example to show you how miserable this expansion was the Mage quest line. Sorcerer's Gambit, like every other quest, would start in your opening hand. Your objective to get to the next step in the quest line was to cast a Fire, Arcane, and Frost spell. And your reward, as you could probably imagine to be more consistent, was to draw a spell. The next part of the quest line is Stall for Time, which again, you have to cast a Fire, Arcane, and Frost spell, but this time you discover a spell outside of your deck. This is actually really important for the next step because, you know, you gotta cast a Frost, Fire, and Arcane spell again, but discovering a card outside your deck could give you a spell school that you did not have yet in your hand to complete it. After finishing the final step in the quest line, your reward is Arcanist Dawngrasp, which is a 5-mana.
I have one student who is like $3,500 account can grow into 41,000 in 1.5 years. For small account, how you can grow it faster? I started with small account as well. If you want to grow it faster, focus on mastering the skills, build a strong foundation. The way it works is it's a
7/7 with the insane battle cry. For the rest of the game, you have spell power plus 3. Malagos used to be a 9-mana 4/12 with spell power plus 5. And the only time Malagos was truly used is with a bunch of mana cheating. So imagine a world where, yeah, you don't get as much spell power, but you don't even need it on board anymore. And for the rest of the game, you have that additional effect. As you could probably imagine, the turn after that Arcanist Dawngrasp was played, the game was virtually over, but most importantly, the board no longer was relevant. If you played any slower deck that was based on removal and playing for the late game, you lost that game. There is literally nothing you could do to stop the mage from killing you from hand. And the weird thing is about Sorcerer's Gambit is it wasn't even considered one of the best quest lines. In fact, if you look at meta reports throughout United and Stormwind, Mage wasn't really considered a tier 1 deck because the other quest lines were better than this. I just showed you one of the most polarizing cards of all time, and it's not even close to one of the best ones. This is just the tip of the iceberg, boys. Are you somebody that likes playing off-meta decks? Maybe a special homebrew creation that you came up all on your own. Well, great news for you, this wasn't playable in United and Stormwind. Arguably the biggest symptom of having the questlines in the game was the rock, paper, scissors metagame that was born from it. If you weren't faster than a questline, you had to be, otherwise the game was over, which meant decks were created to be faster than the questlines, which made this arguably the fastest metagame that Hearthstone has ever seen. If you're someone who liked to play any slower deck or any deck whatsoever that just wasn't outright trying to kill your opponent as fast as possible, it was impossible. There was no room for any slower, fun archetype, and as the meta continued to develop in United and Stormwind, which made it even more impossible to play anything outside of these questline decks or things that killed those questline decks, which again segmented a huge portion of what makes Hearthstone fun for a lot of people. Me personally, I like playing really wacky off-meta decks that somehow can get me legend. And if there's no room for that creativity and the only choices are to kill or be killed, I'm probably not going to be having a great time in Hearthstone. And most people felt the exact same way. The number of solitaire games being played went up substantially, and that's not because solitaire was actually being played. It's because Hearthstone became solitaire. And I think the best example of that is the Warlock questline. The whole questline for Warlock was damaging yourself to the end goal that your opponent would take the damage for you once the quest was completed. And you would think taking that much damage would put you in a very vulnerable spot. No, you could get that done pretty quickly. In fact, Warlock had an insane amount of mana cheating in this expansion as well. So imagine Warlock having the ability to not even worry about fatigue, draw through their entire deck, and most importantly, kill you in the process without you being able to stop it whatsoever. I can maybe get over the fact that my opponent is virtually just trying to get to their win condition as fast as possible to kill me. When there's no interactivity because I don't need to interact with my opponent whatsoever, what is the point of playing Hearthstone? I'm here to play a multiplayer game against a very kind stranger who also enjoys card games, not some rando that wants to murder me. And I haven't even mentioned Garrote Rogue yet, which wasn't even a quest line, and that was also really good because it could just kill you without interacting with your opponent. So if you're wondering why people were so upset with this expansion, it's not just because the win conditions were consistent, there was no interaction between me and my opponent. And one of the reasons for that was the lack of counterplay. There wasn't a lot of cards that you could put into your deck to actually stop your opponent from doing what they wanted to do to you. Very few instances, maybe you could slow them down, but for the most part, you're slowing down your own win condition, which meant you're going to lose that game in the long run. And because the cards in Stormwind were so powerful, a lot of the other expansions in the standard format could not compete with this. If you look at the power discrepancy between an expansion like Darkmoon Faire versus United and Stormwind, it's an absolute joke. You might remember these two cards, Gen and Baku. Both of these cards were introduced in the Witchwood and drastically changed the metagame, but more importantly, made the game feel almost the exact same way every single time. One of the main reasons for this was because they were so powerful against the rest of the field that if you weren't running one of them, you had to have a really good reason not to, which made a lot of games feel very similar, very consistent, and there wasn't that randomness that Hearthstone is very much known for. People always make fun of randomness when it comes to Hearthstone and act like it's not a skill-based game because of it, and sometimes I do agree with those people, but for the most part, the reason why randomness is so important in a game like Hearthstone is to get rid of that consistency. Games that lead to these really wacky scenarios is what makes Hearthstone so enjoyable, just like board-centric gameplay. If everything is that consistent, the game ends up being so unfun and people do not want to play it, which is one of the reasons why Gen and Baku had to be rotated early. And that has never happened before. But the team at Blizzard probably understood that having your game played the same way every single time isn't going to be enjoyable for the average player in the long run. And if you want people to continue playing your game, you're gonna need that variability, which is another reason why Stormwind doesn't make any sense. I could go on forever about this expansion, but Stormwind is my least favorite expansion. I hated this expansion because the improper balance of quest lines, a very interesting metagame that I can't believe was actually formed in Hearthstone, the lack of interactivity in a multiplayer game, and arguably, if it wasn't for Voyage in the Sunken City, which was one of the best expansions that they have released, to come and save this game from drowning, it's ironic because Voyage into the Sunken City is literally an underwater city.
Kelegaan di saat Anda sibuk. Gula-gula herba Eclipse Plus baru.
Hello guys, what's up? Assalamualaikum. Alright geng, kali ni saya akan bakar POTW UCL. Jadi geng, sebelum saya nak teruskan macam biasa, yang mana belum subscribe, jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like and share. Okay guys, macam biasa saya akan tunjukkan dulu cara untuk dapatkan free candil, sebab korang boleh dapatkan candil POTW UCL dan juga worldwide. Jadi dekat match and then event versus AI. Lepas tu dia dekat sini. Ini untuk UCL yang saya nak bakar untuk hari ni, dan kat sini iaitu worldwide punya candil POTW. So kat sini korang settlekan 3000 point, nanti dapat candil yang ini. So dekat sini kena win 2 game. So senang je cara dia. So yang ini satu win, yang ini pun satu win. Senang. Bila settle, korang claim korang punya reward tu dekat inbox. Okay, lepas tu kita masuk ke kontrak pula untuk kita gacha. Ni dia guys, ada satu saja free, okey lah tu. Jadi tengok sini, yang ada Haaland, tapi dia punya playstyle guys, force in the box. Saya ingat goal poacher, kalau goal poacher okey lah, tapi point in the box pula tak serius. Jadi VTH ada, lepas tu Olis, Pamcano, Brahim Diaz pun okey. Dan lain tu saya tak pasti. Jadi target saya untuk account pertama untuk POTW UCL ni geng, iaitu Vitinha, Olis, Upamecano dan Gatti ni geng. Okay, let's go. Kita cuba geng, dapatkan. So Haaland tu tak payah geng, sebab dia force the box saya kurang sikit. Jadi let's go Konami. Target, come on. Yang manis-manis. Haaland mat. Bila kita tak nak, dia bagi. Bila kita nak, dia tak bagi. Kau memang tak serius Konami.
Betul lah tu. Betul.
Okay, nice. Okay, kita cuba buat trade guys Dekat ni saya rasa 4 kali lah guys 4 kali. Lepas tu cancel 2 kali. 1, 2, 1, 2. Come on. Come on Konami, come on. League 1 Vitina, mantap. Target mantap cok. Booster card okey lah tu. So saya rasa mungkin dia boleh dapat 99 ataupun mungkin boleh jadi 100 dia punya rating. Okay guys, yang ketiga, mencari Olis dan Upamecano lah guys Let's go. Kita try geng, trik yang sama. Okay, 4 kali. And then cancel 2 kali. Hold 2 saat. 1, 2. Come on, yang target. Please. Okay. Siapa tu? Tak tahu. Okay, LMF ni. Tapi saya dah try tengok tadi, dia punya speed boleh tahan. Cuma dia punya playstyle lah, tak silap saya kurang sikit. Creative marker, tak apa. Nanti kita review, tengok macam mana padu tak padu. Okay guys, last try. Olis lagi, itu je lah. Olis ni saya rasa okay juga ni. Mantap. Dia punya playstyle pula for player. Dia punya ball control, dribble pun okay. Speed pun bagi saya not bad. And then dia punya skill pun ada double touch, one touch pass ada Okay, paper crossing pun ada, offside color. So Olis lah target saya, dan dia pun booster card. Jadi let's go guys. Olis Bayern ada Europe team penuh pula, tak serius.
2,000 years later.
Alright gang, kita sambung lagi. Dari last try. Oh target lah. Trick lupa buat. Let's go. Olis 4 kali. 2, 3, 4. Lepas tu cancel 2 kali. Buat 2 saat. 1, 2. Let's go Konami. Olis, here we go. Please. Very sick saya rasa ni. Very sick tak apalah. Nasib baik dia ada kelebihan dekat crossing. So sold out sudah geng untuk POTW UCL. Target saya hanya seorang je lah kot target guys ni dapat, iaitu Vitinha. Jadi let's go geng, kita review dulu geng dalam squad padu tak padu member tadi kan yang saya dapat dekat POTW. Alright geng, so order of sign saya dah tukar squad squad yang biasa, bukan squad saya ikutkan. Jadi kita tengok sini, Perisic dapat 97, mantap. And then untuk LMF ni 98, okay, not bad. Okay, Vitinha 100, nice.
Nice.
Okay, Haaland 101 ke 100? 101, mantap bosku. Bagi saya not bad untuk player yang saya dapat kali ni. Jadi let's go, kita tengok stat dia padu ke tidak. So first, Haaland guys Okay, tinggi 194, umur 24, kaki kiri. Thoughts in the play style. Okay, take awareness dia bagi saya okay, 91 agak tinggi juga. Ball control, dribble biasa-biasa, finishing tinggi, heading ada juga geng, mantap. And then punya speed mantap 90, and then ada kicking power yang mantap dekat situ 91, and then contact pun baik, stamina pun bagi saya okey. And then dia punya skill ada heading, low range color, rising shot, acrobatic finishing, head trick, first time shot, aerial speed, fighting spirit, mantap geng. Jadi yang kedua iaitu Perisic. Okey, tinggi 186, umur 35, kaki kiri. Okay, cross specialist playstyle. Memang budak-budak Beckham ni gentle. So SS pun boleh main, CF pun ikutkan boleh main guys Okay, mantap. Jadi ball control okay, dribble, tap position, passing semua nice. Bagi saya okay, not bad. Finishing pun ada juga, mantap. Ball protection. Okay, kat sini Vitinha ada double touch. Hello guys, what's up? Assalamualaikum. Alright, okay, kali ni saya akan gacha epic Drogba yang mungkin kena scam, dan sebab apa boleh dapat duplicate. Jadi sebelum saya nak teruskan guys, macam biasa, yang mana pun subscribe, jangan lupa untuk subscribe, like and share. Okay guys, let's go. Kita pergi ke contract. Okay. Oh, saya lupa, saya belum claim. Sekejap, saya tengok dulu. Saya takut ada lagi Drogba punya candil dalam ni. Okay, betul ada guys. Skill tak apa. Okay. Kau saya ni punya on. Aku rasa macam tunggu. Akhirnya dapat juga. Walaupun saya tahu ada lagi. Keeper ni pun belum main. Please. Come on. Salah. Dribble lah saya kurangkan lagi game. Kita tambah speed.
Welcome back everyone to another video. We're going to continue with the Zerg Hunter. The deck list is as always in the description. We're starting off against Decay here, probably Zerg Decay. And we have an interesting mulligan. I always keep the cup, I believe, but because I already have it, I'm tempted to also keep the Zergling.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Welcome back everyone to another video. We're
Happy
going to continue with
birthday,
Zerg Hunter.
birthday to you.
The deck list is as always in the description. We're starting off against Decay here, probably Zerg Decay. And we have an interesting mulligan. I always keep the cup, I believe, but because I already have it, I'm tempted to also keep the Zergling. This could be a 2 5/3s on turn 2. It seems good. 2 5/3s on turn 2, and then we can go for this. Seems like a decent plan. Although most Death Knights now are running the Forced Strike, is that the name of the card?
At Creo Legal, we're dealing with contracts daily. With Adobe Acrobat AI Assistant, we can get to the main points of a document faster and have the most relevant
Versus Valera.
Odemian! Oh, look at that. Odemian. The Rogue has arrived. What is he playing for Rogue, do you think, guys? Guys, he's gonna fade. Blink. Wait, why is this deck not running Blink? Isn't Blink a great card? Huh. Do you guys think he thinks I'm Weapon Rogue? Wait, is he playing Weapon Rogue? Oh no, he's playing Weapon Rogue.
We are going phase, right? This deck just goes phase. You're just not allowed to trade, are you? Okay, maybe we trade that. We could trade that, actually. Alright. Kaboom. Let's see. I think we want to go Artanis turn 6, right? That's kind of the goal here. Oh, he's playing Cutlass. Wow, how am I ever OTKing him, though? Do we hit? Hit or not, chat? Next time we can do a Gonna Chrono Brewster into Glacial Shard as well, but yeah, we are kind of looking for an Artanis soon. Innervate what? Okay. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it? I can use this, that makes it 5 mana. Do we want a Glacial Shard already? So if we want to coin Artanis next turn.
Well.
Drown in the depths!
I think we coin Artanis and we also have Void Ray ready, right? So it could be Ok, could be Ok-Ak. Oh my god, this weapon, man, he's already renewing. He's already renewing.
Drown in the depths!
Stand with me.
I am Artanis! Kaboom, deal this, kaboom, deal this! Your turning! Take the tree! Take the tree! Boom, 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 boom! Boom, 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 boom! And look at this! Already the High Templar now for this amount of mana is very sweet. Maybe we need to start Shadow Stepping this Glacial Shard, by the way. But for that, I need to start drawing the Shadow Stepping, of coursing. As you might be aware. What is he gonna do? And look at this Void Ray! Instead of a 5-3 Divine Shield, it is now a 5-4 Divine Shield. Can I get a wow, chat? Can I get a wow? Holy! The power creeping. So what does this draw me? Draw 2 pirates and a weapon. So it draws this, then it draws this, and it draws this, right? Yeah. Okay, he's building a big boy. I really need Shadow Step, huh? That's annoying. Oh, I need Shadow Step so badly. I need Shadow Step so badly. So, if I now do this into this, right? That's probably the play. We don't really want to do this, right? The draw pirates. So what does this draw me? It draws the Templars.
A conundrum. Our path is clear.
Do I want a hero power here? I really want a shard, but I really need Shadow Step, right? I have 2 mana left, which is such an awkward amount of mana.
What would Tassadar do? I must be decisive. Vanquish. Annihilation.
I mean, a lot is shielded, right? Which is a little bit annoying for him. I think we need to get Shadow Step, right? As long as we get Shadow Step, we're happy. Aren't we getting happy if we draw Shadow Step here? So we already have a Pyro, or we already have one of the deal 8 damages. Oh my god, what is that, man? Where did that come from? What is this? Is he going face? Is he just going... I'm not dead, right? There's no way I'm dead. I can't be dead, right? What the is this, man? He just goes face. Okay, it's fine. I got my boy. My boy is here. We have 8, 11... 11 plus 8. It's not lethal. Where is my Shadow Step?
A conundrum.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirate.
This always draws Shadow Step, right? Yeah, it always draws Shadow Step. Ah! Wait, I can't, right? I can't do that. Ah! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Why is he not dying, Chad? Why is he not dying? Oh, I don't think I can OTK him, can I? Okay, tell me, guys, how do we do this? So we go Sonya, we go 1 mana Scoundrel, we play this. Then we get another Scoundrel, we play this, we play 1 mana Scoundrel, 1 mana Cover Artist, double Cover Artist, GGing? Or not? Draws 3. Is it lethal ever? How much do we have? We have 6, 9, 11, 15. The play is always Sonya 1 mana this, right? Yeah, that makes sense. He's like, I ain't gonna let that happen. It's actually not too bad. He clears some stuff here. I don't know if we have enough, guys. Do I count? Do I count? I mean, I have to go in, right?
How long can you hold here?
Now this is treasure.
Wait. Oh, it doesn't copy 1 mana spells. I forgot. Oh, that's true. 3, 6, 9.
And deadly.
I can't think. My brain is not working, guys.
And deadly. First and deadly.
I still need a board space, right? No, we do it like this. Then we do it like this. Then we do it like this. It's lethal, right? Yeah. Boom! Got him! Let's get right to the point. Alright, Mr. Warrior, are you ready to go right to the point? So, this is drawing the pirates, Yahar, and it draws a weapon, Yahar. I don't think we need the chrono boost yet here. It's a decent turn 4, though. Okay.
If you do any kind of writing, you need to check out this AI tool. It's called Quillbot, and it made me a better, faster, and smarter writer. Their paraphraser.
Let's see this. Let's do a gamba. Thijs, high legend game, but Thijs is on his chair. How is that possible? Ha ha ha, XDD.
Job done.
Oh, I didn't even hit the thingy.
said this after officiating the 36th Palm and Lord Royals Prize Outlook Conference and exhibition in front of the board on Tuesday. He also said the government will increase private sector interest in investing in energy from waste. It's willing to finance energy infrastructure development for the renewable sector. Petronas saw a 13% decline in net profit from the financial year ending this 2024, with corporate after tax dropping 55.1 billion from 80.7 billion this future year. National oil companies attributed the weaker performance to lower average realized prices of petroleum products. Crude oil was one of the diversified features in South Africa's and due to be reported in May 2024, which had a negative impact on revenue. Despite higher sales volumes, the company saw a 7% drop in revenue from 243.6 billion ringgit in 2023 to 320 billion ringgit in 2024. Petronas Group Chief Executive Officer Tan Sri advises we remain committed to long-term resilience and financial discipline despite market challenges. As part of the workforce, the company aims to finalize its right-sizing strategy by mid-2025. Petronas Group Chief Executive Officer Tan Sri advises we remain committed to long-term resilience and financial discipline despite market challenges. As part of the workforce, the company aims to finalize its right-sizing strategy by mid-2025. Asian market segments used as fears of U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war current before President
I serve Jarl Balgruuf.
Is among the biggest producers. Homicide index dropped more than 1% and lower at e-commerce website.com off more than 4% and Tencent off more than 2%. April companies 1.6% more than 10%.
The gods gave you two hands.
It seems our enemies have no end of spies, saboteurs, and assassins to send against us.
If it's the war you're referring to, I'm on the side, no doubt. Oh, frick, the day. But that day has not come yet.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine, very busy. Perhaps I can assist you.
Now,
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
I've got a city to keep.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward. The task of steward is more important than you realize. The Jarl often asks for my invaluable counsel. I'm kept so busy, I don't get to see my daughter as often as I'd like. Perhaps you've met her. Adrian? She owns the shop, War Maiden. The Jarl has put out a bounty to slay a giant. Here, take a look at this decree for details. Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
Financial impact Japan's self-taught gaming champion endured in nuclear race that shaped the distance six. This one is a third level tournament, adding for silver, team sprint, and bronze in the individual sprint. Meanwhile, teenage sensation Stardust Polo wrapped up her amazing campaign perfectly by winning the girls' junior sprint gold medal. 17-year-old from Malacca got to her second gold medal after beating South Korea's Park Hallyu in two final heats. Traveling to tennis, the first five wide open. Stefanos plus 1 points on 51% of his first serves and has to beat Mauricio Sonoda only round of 1% on Monday. Returned to the hard court net for the first time in 5 years, Ford seemingly continued his fifth place by the fifth past Italian 7-6, 6-3 to advance to the second round. Moving to the sixth classic next round is Phil Pachinov. Earlier, November 24, Pachinov moved past Daniel Evans twice 6-3 in the first round to snap a rematch with Mr. Speed and earn his first this British wild card. 28-year-old has making his ninth consecutive appearance and replies with his first result of the showing 2020. In the rubber action, eight-serving Frenchman Giovanni Clichy-Pellicard finished the upwards to provide debut with a 6-3-7-6 triumph against Zhang Zhizhek. While 59 will face the first of the match in top seed Slovenia, Russia, and Germany,
Damn dragons could swoop down at any time.
Football now, and then for their Skyrim.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Test. Test. Test.
Right then.
Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
I finally found you. I want to join the College of Winterhold, but I need help with my wards. Can you teach me? Really? Great. Okay, so first, you raise your ward and I'll throw a little spell at it. That way I can see the right way to do things. Get your ward ready. Come on. I don't want to hit you until great. Now I'm going to cast some spells at you. Keep your ward up so I can study. Great. Now I'm going to... I think I see what I was doing wrong. All right, that should do it. I think I'm ready to try the college again. Thanks! What can I do for you? Keep your hands to yourself. Nope.
Old friend.
Sorry. Nothing.
Patron of the great clan Battle.
I work for Bellathor at the General Goods
I'm
Store.
sure
did
you
you need
know
something?
well.
I'm right behind you. I am at your command. Let's going then. I'm right behind you. I am at your command. Lead on.
Nope, sorry.
Need a horse? Talk to my father, Skolvar. I can take you to any of the... Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. Ever been to Windhelm? Oldest city in Skyrim by some accounts. They say the big old palace there was built by
I hope someday we'll get to know each other better. It's for sale if you've got the coin. That's your best offer? Not right now. You bought my last one.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Then it's true, what everyone is saying. That Aventus Aretino is doing the Black Sacrament, trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood?
Oh, Grimvar. Always with a nod.
Fine.
I try to keep
Do you know my
Grimvar
father?
safe.
His name is... He told me once, but I don't want to be a sailor or a farmer. I
No,
want to be...
Wait!
The strongest
That
one ever.
house, they are cursed.
Until now... Ha! Then I'm right. I knew it. He's tr... Somebody... Grow, you old crone. You'll get what you deserve. The Dark Brotherhood will see to that. Please, how long must I do this? I keep praying, Night Mother. Why won't you answer me? Die, Grilla, die! Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear. Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear. You've come at last! I knew you would! It worked! I knew you'd come! I just knew it! I did the Black Sacrament over and over with the body and the things, and then you came, an assassin from the Dark Brotherhood. It took so long, so very long, but now that you're here, you can my mother, she died. I'm all alone now. The headmistress is an evil, cruel woman. They call her Grelod the... So I ran away and came home and performed the Black Sacrament. Now you're here, and you could kill Grelod the Kind. Sorry. To be honest, I'm kind of lonely here. As much as I hated getting sent to Honor Hall, I really miss my friends there. Grelod is the headmistress of Honor Hall, or I have a family heirloom you can have. Supposed to be sort of valuable. I hope that's all right. She got sick so now I'm all alone. And I have a family heirloom you can have. I've never been more sure about anything in my entire life. Someone like Grelod doesn't deserve to live one more day. She's a monster.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something.
You a dark elf lover? Get out of our city, you filthy piece of... Don't think I can take you. 100 septums say I can punch you back where you came from. All right? Fists only. None of that magic stuff either. Let's go. Come. Thought I heard it. This ends now.
I want you to fight. Keep those hands.
Damn you! You won't leave here alive.
Septum's on the big one.
Not your best, huh? Do your worst. That wasn't a fair sweep. Don't even think about it.
Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar. Such a thing has not happened for hundreds of years.
Ride? I can take you to... Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off. If you've never been to Riften, be sure to visit the Blackbriar Mead. In Luxadat, you'll forget all...
Hold there. Before I let you into... For the privilege of entering the city. What does it matter? I think you'd be a little smarter than that. All right, keep your voice down. You want everyone to hear you? I'll let you in. Just let me unlock the gate. Gate's unlocked. You can head inside when you're ready.
Take my advice.
I had another run-in with a thief's guild.
I don't know you. You and Riften looking for trouble?
Thieves Guild has Maven Blackbriar.
That's the last thing the Blackbriars need around here. The Blackbriar... Me? I'm Maul. I watch the streets for them. If you need dirt on anything, I'm your guy. But it'll cost you. Alright, alright. So what do you want to know? You kidding? I used to... If you want to get in on that action, find Brynjolf in the marketplace. I'm sure he could use someone like you. Be seeing you around.
I'm really getting tired of your excuses. When you borrow,
I can't talk right now.
pay it back on time for double.
Sure.
Never done an honest day's... I'm saying you've got the coin, but you didn't earn a septim of it honestly. It's all about the way they walk. Oh, but that... Maybe you'd like a taste. I've got a bit of... And in my line of work, simple. Once you have it, I want you to place it in Branche's pocket. There's some... Now, you tell me when you're ready? Good. Wait until I start the distraction, then show me what you're made of.
Everyone, gather round. I have something amazing to show you that demands your attention. You need to
to hear this. Gather round, all. This way. Everyone, over here. This way, everyone. Over here. This way, everyone. Over here.
Come on, Brynjolf. What is it this time?
Patience, Blanchet. This is a rare opportunity. I wouldn't want you to get left out.
That's what you said about the wisp essence, and it turned out to be crushed nerve root mixed with water.
Was a simple misunderstanding. But this item is the real thing. Lads and lasses, I give you Falmer Blood Elixir.
Oh, come on. Are you talking about the snow and...
The one and only. Mystical beings who live in legends and were masters of great magic. Imagine the power that coursed through their...
Get that then. No one's seen them in years. How did you get that? No one's seen them in years.
But I can promise you that the contents are genuine. One sip of the elixir and your wishes will be granted. Great wealth, everlasting life, or perhaps limitless power could be yours.
What a waste of time.
Damn. I knew I shouldn't have waited. Looks like I chose the right person. And here you go. The way things have been going around here. It's a relief that my organization's been having a run of... But never mind that. You did the job, and you did it well. Best of all, there's more with... All right, then. The group I... Get there in one piece, and we'll see if you really got what it takes.
Those who shirk their duties will get an extra beating. Do I make myself clear?
Yes.
And one more thing. I will hear no more talk of adoptions. None of you riffraff is getting adopted, ever. Nobody needs you. Nobody wants you.
It's Gorilla.
No more! I yield! I yield!
Someone has killed Grillin!
Leave here! Leave us alone!
Grillin is dead! Aventus did it! Hooray! Grillin the Kind is dead at last! We're saved! Yay!
Enough!
Aventus really did.
Looking to stay alive? Why take a chance?
And selling fine jewelry here.
I don't know.
Someone there.
Over here.
Now you're mine.
Give it up, Brynjo. These are over.
I'm telling you. Well, well. Color me impressed, lad. I wasn't certain I'd ever see you again. Reliable and headstrong? So, now that I've whetted your appetite with our little scheme at the market, I want you to explain. Kirava, Percy Honeyhan, do this right. Honestly, a word of warning though. I don't... Good. If you need any details on your marks, I'll be here. Now get
Last
going.
person who made trouble for Veckel ended up with a smashed head.
Huh. I suppose I can work with your face. After I assumed you... So, are you here as a client? Shall I remake your face? Indeed. It is no small thing to submit your... Change it. I can I do not practice my art for free, however. I doubt you can afford my services. Indeed. It is no small thing. I have not always been a ragged I counted the nobility, and yet I have fallen so low that I must justify myself to a wanderer in the sewers of this backwater of the world. Mm-hmm. Need something?
You'd bet. Got a lot of Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that. All right.
If you're looking for conversation, the flagon isn't the place.
I'm not... I'll hold your hand. Figure... This one out for yourself.
Have anything for us yet?
I wouldn't stay here long if I were you.
Have anything for us yet?
Why take a chance?
If you're looking for a handout, you'll want to speak with my husband. Bully's around somewhere, planning to feed the poor with his nonsense about
Here
law.
for a room or something? I've already told that. Look around you. I'm barely keeping this rat hole together. The wars seem good. I'm not paying any of you a single septim. Ever! Now get out of my inn. I said get out. I'm not paying a single coin. I said get out. I'm not paying a single coin. I said get out. I'm not paying a single coin.
Help! Someone's being attacked!
Come on!
Someone do
Mercy!
No more. I yield. I yield. It's nothing. Please don't kill me.
I said get out.
Bully's around somewhere, planning to feed the poor with his nonsense about law.
Here for... I've already told that buffoon that I... Look around you. I'm there. Come on, give it your best shot. Never should have come here.
Keep those hands up! You're just gonna stand there and take it?
You're as good. Hey, stop. I'll pay. Take it.
I presume you're bothering.
Blessings of Mara upon you. Wonderful. Mara, we also perform wedding ceremonies for... Of course. Right now, the best you could provide is... Thank you. I can promise you that this will be put... Mara's don't... It's difficult to appreciate her gifts in these dark times.
What in the
How may I
name of
help you, my
oblivion
son?
do you-
Yes, if you were ready, of course. Are you familiar with how marriage works? Typically, a person who... When another person shows interest and the two of... Here you are. Good luck. Mara bless you.
I don't
May you
have
return
time
to her
for
benevolence
I don't have any
in
business
safety.
with you, so get out of my face.
Looking for work? I need someone to... I paid... I want you to talk to Sibby for me. Then I want you to bring me Frost and the lineage papers that prove the horse's worth. Good. Head to the Rift and... You'll be well paid for your time. I'll meet you outside of town.
I don't have any business with you, so get out of my face. You're a stranger here too, huh? Safe travels.
I've never seen me all this upset about anything.
Be brief, Imperial. There's only so long I can stand being downwind of your stench.
I believe we're done.
Imperial bastard.
We got the message. Now just take your business elsewhere. Get out of here.
My skill in battle is unmatched. Looks like you've got some help already. I'll join you, but you'll have to let your comrade go. What do you say? Why hire a common soldier to protect you when you can...
What could it mean? The return of the Dragon Ball?
My husband Bercy will be the death of me. He spends too much time worrying about Riften and not enough about himself.
So Brynjolf doesn't even bother to show up himself anymore, eh? Bet you demand. Don't fool yourself. It's only a matter of time before you people are run out of Riften. I'm going to make you sorry for this. Come on. Is someone there?
Come on, he's not so hot to the ground.
Huh?
To the ground.
Son of a... I love a challenge! I'm going to... Please, no more. I'll pay. I hope you're here.
Take a look.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. I hope Brynjolf chokes on his gold.
What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing?
It's you. Please. I know. Please. There's no need for that here.
You have committed
Message
crimes
understood.
against Skyrim and
Here,
her people.
I even have the payment.
What say you in your defense? All right, but you just watch
Look,
yourself.
got the message.
Next
What
time,
else
I
did you
might
want?
not be so lenient.
There's a... The Jarl's Court wizard was taught there. That... my niece... She's been with me ever since her party. This heap of matchsticks is what everyone calls Helga's. The bunkhouse is for the working man. Not some sort of luxury inn for... Earth.
I presume you're bothering me for a good reason.
Jewelry with legendary Argonian craftsmanship.
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
I think Brynjolf could give you all the information you need.
So, well done. Here you go. I think you'll find these quite useful. Judging from how well you've handled... That's this... I think you'll do more than just... What's on your mind? We've run into a rough patch lately. Tell you what, you keep making us coin. Now, if there are no more questions, how about following me and I'll show you what we're all about.
After you talk to Brynjolf... Come back and see me.
Let me show you the operation. Then you can ask your questions.
I think you better listen to Mercer and Brynjolf first. We can talk later.
Mercer, this is the one I was talking about. Our new recruit.
This better not be another waste of the Guild's resources, Brynjolf. Before we continue, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you play by the rules, you walk away rich. You break the rules and you lose your share. No debates, no discussions. What we say, when we say. Do I make myself clear? I'll let that comment go because you're new here. Ask things out of turn again and we have a problem. Now, are we clear on all of this? Good, then I think it's time we put your expertise to the test.
Wait a moment. You're not talking about Goldenglow, are you? Even our little Vex couldn't get in.
You claim this recruit possesses an aptitude for our line of work. So, let him prove it. Goldenglow Estate is critically important to one of our largest clients. However, the owner has suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands and shut us out. He needs to be taught a lesson. Brynjolf will provide you with the details.
Mercer, aren't you forgetting something?
Yes. Since Brynjolf assures me you'll be nothing but a benefit to us, then you're in. Welcome to the Thieves Guild.
Welcome to the family, lad. I'm expecting you to make us a lot of coin. So don't disappoint me. Simple. Do as you're told and keep your blade clean. We can't turn a profit by killing. You should talk with Delvin Mallory and Vex. They know their way around this place, and they'll be able to kick some extra jobs your way. Oh, and talk to Tonelia in the Flagon. She'll set you up with your new armor. Goldenglow Estate is a bee farm. They raise the wretched little things for honey. It's owned by some smart-mouthed wood elf named Arengoth. We need you to teach him a lesson by burning down 3 of the estate's hives and clearing out the safe in the main house. The catch is that you can't burn the whole place to the ground. That important client Mercer mentioned would be furious if you did. That's not how things work around here. The guild depends on an arrangement of influential people to keep things running smoothly. Without them at our backs, we'd be in serious trouble. Maven prefers that Arangoth remains alive. The guild has a lot riding on this. Don't make me look foolish by mucking it up.
All eyes are on you, lad. Don't disappoint us.
So, you're Brynjolf's new protege, eh?
Yes. Until next time.
So you're the new... I'm the fence down here. You come by anything you... I can also provide a few supplies. Sure, how about I get dirged? Look, I've been in this business a long time, and at the end of the day, you'll find that all we care about... Good. Here's your armor. Just make sure you put it to good use. Usual guild rate. Let's take a look at them. I've got coin and I've got merchandise. Well, you could always speak to Delvin or Vex if you're looking for or if you're looking for training, we've got plenty of it down here. Delvin, Vex, Neruin, and Vipper can give you a leg up on that.
All eyes are on you, lad. Don't disappoint us.
It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a thief. It's another to actually use them.
Oh.
Well, Grohub the Kind. Is she, you know... Aha! I knew you could do it. I just knew it! Here, just like I promised. This should fetch you a nice price. Thank you. Thank you again. I'll go back to the orphanage in a while. I'll give them time to... When I grow up, I'm going to be an assassin. That way I can help lots of children, just like you.
new hand touches the beacon. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Killstream. I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
Need something?
Yes.
Need something? Get away from me. Yes.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Yeah, got this note. Don't know. Creepy fella, black robe. Looks like that's it. Got to go. Nope. Sorry. Nothing. You left this over there. Someone else might have kept it for himself. Here you go. No offense, but you're not looking so good.
Welcome to war. The finest weapons and armor. Good doing business with you.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
I've got your back. How can I serve you, my Thane? I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens. You lead, I'll follow.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in White. Looking to protect yourself, or deal some damage? Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
a murder over in Riften. Some old lady who runs an orphanage.
Be careful.
Children must be heartbroken.
I work with my mother. Sell fruits and vegetables.
God might get nervous. A man approaches with his weapons.
Stay out of trouble, Imperium.
One of the new servants.
Father says I'm too young.
Remember that I like my meat rare.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward. The only thing no doubt those graybeards, near as I can, never heard of them talking to anybody before. Well, the plains, most of Dragon's Reach occupy. That is an old, long ago, the struggle. And so, from that time, the history, as today, Whiterun is the jewel of Skyrim. I can say without boast that it is the greatest city in all the holds.
Now, if you don't mind,
We can never rest easy, but Balgruuf's enemies will not.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors? You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
Glad you're here in the city and not out in Riverwood.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. Ever been to Markarth? Some say it was built by the dwarves. I don't believe a word of it.
you.